Okay, well that transition didn't go as smoothly as it did last time. Not entirely sure what went wrong with that, but I'll figure that out at a later time. But there's one thing I'm going to tweak, one thing that I am noticing as a problem, so stand by just a second. What scene are we on? We want 25. Let's try that from now on. And what is the other thing here? Okay. Resolve one of the problems. Have to resolve the other one at a later date. Merry Christmas, one and all. Hope you've had a pleasant Christmas Eve so far. If you've gone to a church service tonight, I hope it was meaningful and that you got a chance to ponder about the reason why we celebrate this time of year. For those that stumble upon this stream, welcome. I don't expect a whole lot of people to be here. Honestly, you should be in bed. Not because Santa's coming or anything like that, but because honestly, it means that you've probably had a full and complete day with those around you. And if you're here, then it probably means that there's something else that's up and kind of causing you to stay awake. So hopefully we can find something of peace around here and something to ponder. I don't have any plan for tonight other than to just try and finish the project that we were working on last night. Maybe do a couple other things. I've been debating whether or not to show you guys something really interesting. But I'm not even sure how to go about it, but I'm still working on a project. Big project. I really wish I could actually just speed things up to completion, but yeah, that's not how it works. But anyway, we're going to begin with this. We're probably going to do some games later on. Just, kind of do something that's not work-related. Something that's casual. So, for those that want to be around for that, that'd be great. If you want to participate in it, we're going to keep it open, more so than we have had in the past. That won't happen on a regular basis, but it will happen for this time around. Okay. So I need to fix this S. This S, I am not happy with how this S was turning out. Oh, we got to double check that there is audio. Stand by just a second. I've had a couple of problems with the audio, sometimes glitching when we start. Get away from me, scam ads. Why does it want to play ads when I'm the creator of this? I want to be able to see that the audio is coming through. Good. Audio comes through clearly. All right. Okay, diving into this. Merry Christmas to you too, Wolfie Bank. Hope it has been a blessed season for you and your family. How are you doing, sir? I originally had no intention of doing the streams tonight, but my schedule got kind of thrown for a loop, so thus I'm here. Anyway, doing well, just woke up. Insomnia is getting the best of me again. You know what? I have been there, so that is indeed a frustrating thing. Definitely something that I wish we in our modern generation we were able to kind of deal with better, but alas, we are in a time where it is so easy to kind of get overwhelmed. And it starts to affect our sleep habits. For me, I'm up at 10:45 up here in Alaska, and I usually stay up till around 2, 3 in the morning. If my grandfather had tried to do that, he probably too would also have sleep problems. But I do that because I have never been able to have good sleep since college. Something about college just warped me. Today we're making a font. This is to finish up on a very short commission that was given. I got most of the font done, but I wasn't happy with some of the letters, so we're going back and doing some corrections. How's the home renovation stuff been going? Is that what it is? I'm kind of forgetting right now. But you were doing you're doing renovations to homes, if I remember right. I went to bed at 11 p.m. thinking I was going to sleep the night through, but here it is, 2:30, and I'm awake. Yeah. Don't you just wish that our bodies had a switch? Go to sleep. Do you imagine how much more efficient we would be? You know, there's some things that I honestly am not entirely sure why God set it up in the way that he did, and sleep is one of those. I'm not entirely sure why sleep is constructed the way that he made it, but you know, it's actually kind of proof that we are created creatures because of that. Because if it was just random, none of us would be sleeping. Because sleep is dangerous in the wilderness. The most scared I've ever been, actually, was in the woods. And I did not want to sleep, but sleep eventually got the best of me. But that was because there was an animal roaming around, and I was not too keen on wanting to see that thing. That's another story for another time. A switch would be perfect. The font is looking nice. Well, got a ways to go here. It's almost there. It's for a D&D sort of product, and so making the font for it, and some of it's turned out well, some of it I'm like, yeah, I'm not too much of a fan of it, so we'll see how it turns out. Do you use a tablet, stylus, or mouse when drawing the strokes? I do indeed use a tablet, but unfortunately it is on its last legs. It has been 12 years. As of this next summer, it will be 12 years since I got it. And it has been so helpful, but it's time to upgrade it. Meanwhile, I'm just nocturnal, says Scutless. Yes, indeed, Scutless. How are you doing, sir? Hope you're having a pleasant Christmas Eve. One full of peace and tranquility. But yeah, so the tablet is this one right here. Honestly, it has been very nice. But when using the pen like I'm doing here, it's not really the best option. It does cause a little bit of frustration with it. So I tend to use just the mouse when I'm working with this, when I'm in the here and now. But when I'm doing conceptual stuff, that's when I'm usually using the stylus, which right here we have an example of that right here somewhere. Yeah, here's one that I did the other day just kind of for the sake of it. I just finished the Japanese class, and so I was writing the Japanese word for cat, neko. And just did a quick little sketch with that. But that was using the stylus. For logos, fonts, whatnot, you definitely want to use a mouse and keyboard, which is kind of interesting, actually. That's how I got started. I couldn't afford a stylus to begin with, and so I was unable to really do a whole lot with it. I was using the shift button, and I still made it work. Here's an example. You're never, well, honestly, you are not limited by your tools. You're limited by your creativity. Well, that and patience. So, this was another thing I did. This was done with a mouse and keyboard. Now, you can tell I didn't finish it. Why? It took forever to do with a mouse and keyboard. But you can see, you can get some pretty darn good detail just with a mouse and keyboard. And so, but it was this that I realized, you know what? I want to get a stylus. Ironically enough, I've never gone back to fix this. But this is how I learned to paint. And it worked out well, honestly. I got to do some good detail. I figured out texturing, but it was slow. Yeah, indeed, it does remind of Star Fox. I have a very cheap, very old screen stylus. Those Wacom are so expensive. Yes. But man, are they durable. 12 years that the thing's going. And it, honestly, I could actually sell it at this point because it still works. And I don't have any problems with it. The only problem with that I've ever really had with it is that it sometimes will glitch. But it still has been working for like a year and a half since I got that problem starting to appear. So yeah, it's honestly, it's definitely a good product. A Wacom you can't go wrong with, at least in my experience. Most reliable piece of tech I've ever bought. Which honestly is saying a lot, because I do not like investing into tech multiple times because they usually they betray you after so many purchases. They're like, oh look, we don't even have to deliver the same product like we used to, because people are just going to buy it naturally. Wacom has held the line. They have continued to impress me. There's a Chinese company out there that's trying to take away customers. Man, the user reviews are awful. I don't know if you've seen them, but the people, they're like, look how smooth and how wonderful this Chinese product is. They start using it, and it breaks after the first year. 12 years. Do you realize how much money I saved on that? That is literally... Just a second. That is, let's see, divided by, that is a little over $60 a year. $60 for a year of having a stylus with a screen. Almost the size of a page of paper. But now here's the real reason why I have to get rid of it. I want to do 2D animation. And it's not going to work with that small screen. That small screen is just not going to cut it. The UI is too tiny. The window you can draw in is the size of a postcard. I need something bigger. So it's got to happen soon. I want to try and get it this next year. We'll see if it's possible. I was assuming I can even use it. I might not be able to use it. I've made a lot of dumb purchases where I buy bigger than I need. I've made that a whole lot of problem. Made that problem a whole lot of times. Like I have a cinema camera around here that I bought for making commercials. And that didn't work out so well. Only got to use it once. And never again. So I keep holding it and use it for streaming on the occasion. I have probably spent about $200 on every time it got used. That's how bad it has been. I hope to change that this next year. We will see. Merry Christmas to you too, Ha. Merry Christmas and happy holidays, indeed. Hope you're doing well, Ha. That you're getting a chance to spend time with friends and family. Thanks for coming by. Wacom is a very good brand. I just wish they didn't cost as much as a used car. Yeah, now, if you get a more reasonable one, it really does get fairly cost effective. But yeah, $60, just over $60 a year for the one that I got. Man, it was fantastic. Is fantastic. I keep using it. I just can't use it anymore. And honestly, I've started going back to pencil and paper. Pencil and paper has been really good for me as of late. Here's a picture of one of those things from earlier this fall. Where is it? Here we go. So here's a picture I drew for on pen and paper, and honestly, it took me less time to do this than doing it digitally. Now I added the shading in because this is my way of kind of watermarking it. But this is something that turned out really nice on pen and paper, and honestly, I kind of like doing it in pen and paper a little bit more. Anyway. I remember the first time I found your stream, you were drawing with pencil and paper. And I was like, wow. Yeah, that was, yeah, I have the drawing table set up, and I actually moved my whole apartment around to try and make it more possible. But then I ran into some hiccups along the way. But anyway, we're going to be doing that a lot more as time goes on. Pencil and paper is where it's at for me. Hopefully you get a chance to really lean into that. That just gave me an idea I might have to explore later on. I really do wish that there are a lot of times where I think, boy, it sure would be nice to be able to do this or that. I would love to be able to make a whole lot of animated features. I would love to be able to write books. I would love to make cinematic films. I would love to be able to make all these great game products, which, by the way, I have ideas for all of them. But you know what? When you're just one guy, you're not going to get very far. And so that's why I've kind of chosen the route that I did. I don't have, nothing else is really kind of panning out. But because of that, there is a product that I've been working on that I hope to have out soon. I've been using this Christmas break to kind of toy around with it. And I am going to try and make it happen. It's been going on since last winter. And my goal for this break is to try and get as close to a finished product as I can. And then I'll be showing it to you all. And if you like it, then great. If not, well, then it was kind of, worth the try to kind of see what it was like to go from start to finish on such an item. By the way, Wolfie, are you still do you still do the silver banks on the occasion, or is that something that has kind of gone by the wayside as you focus on other things? Wayside/hold, because projects never quite disappear. They usually, like for me, I shelve so many projects. I got an entire shelf full of projects that I've had to put on hold. And then I go back and tinker on them whenever I get the chance. Trying to slowly build them up and make them work again. By the way, this music from Tchaikovsky is so very good. It's one of my favorite pieces of holiday-themed music out there. And isn't it interesting that hundreds of years later, literally hundreds of years at this point, just plus 100, we're still listening to it. In another 100 years, it probably will still be just as familiar of a sound. Maybe not played as often, but it'll still be there. We still have the banks for sale, but the main emphasis is not on them anymore. It's hard to convince people to save/store up silver. I don't talk about it a whole lot, but I do save up silver. It's not a whole lot compared to some other people, but it is something I've been, so to speak, I've been sold on for a long time. I've been trying to get other people into it as well. That's one of the reasons why we also made our channel points pieces of silver, actually, is because I think that there's still a lot of value in it, and I don't like how the digital age has caused people to kind of lose their mind with finances. Kind of like that Haktua scam that took place. It's still a good idea, and even though it is a struggle to try and pull off, I hope that you at least will keep dabbling in it, trying to see if it'll work out, and hopefully it will have some success for you. You never know. Things could change in a moment, and suddenly you're back in the ballgame, so to speak. There's times where I've thought, this project is dead, it's gone, and suddenly comes back out of nowhere. Like there's a drawing that I did where it was an idea that I had back when I was 15 years old. And I thought, this is dumb. Nothing's ever going to come of it. It looked so stupid. But you know what is really strange? I'm now working on a project for multiple years that is all based upon that image that I almost threw away. In fact, if it wasn't part of a binder, I would have thrown it away. It would have been lost. I open it up again. It's like, there's an idea here. And now I'm actually trying to see it through to completion. And you know what else? Milo's the same thing. Milo was something that kind of got shelved. And now, so to speak, he's kind of back, but in a different way. That's the project that I've been working on for the last year, is a Milo story. What it is, I will tell you after this holiday break. I want to try and get it as refined as possible, but the story is written. Is the first part of it, and so we'll see how it goes. But that was something I thought was gone forever, and suddenly made a comeback. Oh, ha! I assume the pieces of silver channel points was a reference to the pieces of silver that the Pharisees gave to Judas. Oh my goodness. Wow, Scutless. Dark. Someone a while back told me that silver is worthless, and don't do it. The digital age has nullified precious metals. You know, I have learned after the last couple of years, crypto is designed to be a gambling platform. And I don't view silver as an investment. It's trying to understand that it's a physical item that is very, very hard to replace. Same thing for gold or other noble metals. But there was a video that I saw a while back of these people going down the street, and they were advertising to folks, hey, would you like to have either this $5,000 piece of... Oh my goodness. Get away from me, bot. I don't want you around here. Beat it, you villain. We don't want scammers around here. We don't want bots. Banned. Take that, you villain. Anyway, they went around and said, hey, here's a $5,000 bar of silver. Would you rather have this or a candy bar? The number of people that took the candy bar was staggering. How in tarnation are people that dense? They could have bought so many candy bars with that one piece of silver. And they did it with that one bar of silver, but they didn't want to. It was inconvenient. People like that, unfortunately, don't quite understand the value of money. Because what's money? Money is a representation of your labor. It's not an investment. It's not something you print out of thin air. It shows what work you have done. You worked for 10 hours at a job. You sweated in the sun. You bled. You were broken in your body. And people are like, well, that's nice. Okay, we'll come back again and do that tomorrow. Well, I want something for my work. I mean, I obviously hurt my body just to do this for you. What are you going to give for me to even make me want to return? Want a bowl of rice? The amount of labor I did was more than a bowl of rice. Okay, fine. How about 10 bowls of rice? Oh, you know what? How about 100 bowls of rice? Okay, now you're talking. I can go with 100 bowls of rice. Give it to me. Oh, well, we don't actually have 100 bowls of rice. We don't make rice. But you know, the guy down the street makes rice. You know, he doesn't really need any construction, though. He's kind of has his own place already. So, you know what? How about you just give him this metal? This metal is really durable. It's actually good for all sorts of things. Give it to him. Aha, yes, I will go and give this to him. Thus, you have a currency. That's what money is. And all this crypto stuff wants us to forget that. So invest in gold, invest in silver, but also don't hoard it. Don't hoard it. It's never going to help you in that sense. There's a great story called Silas Marner. And it's about a man who is a miser. He's hoarding all this gold, and he has a fortune, and he is miserable. And one day, a little girl wanders up to his home. He's an old man, and he's like, well, I don't know who you belong to. And so he takes her in, and she ends up growing up in his home, and he basically becomes her father. He adopts her in that sense, and he takes care of her. He uses all of his money, which to make sure she has a good life and good future. And eventually her parents find out who she was and are desperate to get her back. But they had not invested the one thing that they needed, time. Silas Marner had lost his treasure, but he had spent time with her. And so he had himself a daughter, whereas the people who are the rightful parents didn't have that longevity because they had neglected her well-being when she was young. So invest now into things that matter, things that are physical, but don't hoard it, lest you come to value it more than the people around you. Greetings there, Bastion. I got chocolate! Happy Bastion. If there wasn't inflation, saving silver wouldn't be as necessary. Crypto is terrible because it's like gambling. I agree completely. Time is the ultimate currency in this world. In Time, I want to watch that movie with a community sometime. If you've not seen In Time is a fantastic movie. Okay, let me pull up this. In Time. This movie right here, if you've not seen it, it is a must-see. We are going to watch it. I have it. We're going to watch it on stream sometime. I want to do it sooner rather than later. Fantastic movie. The more I think about it, the more I love it. But it deals with this question about time as a currency. Yeah, we are going to watch that. I'll make an announcement days and days in advance of when we actually do that. Merry Christmas, Roland Chairs. How are you doing? How do I need to do this one now? Have you ever felt your life suddenly zip by? Something where you're like, yesterday, what did I do yesterday? And you start to panic because you're like, I know I did something, but for the life of me, I can't remember what it is. Well, that's very much a feeling that a great many people come to feel, especially when they've done something a whole lot. People that don't value their own time many times will start to experience that. It's one of the reasons why I really don't like certain pastimes, because it's so easy to slip into that. I felt that when I was at Amazon. You guys have heard the story before of where I was packaging boxes, and suddenly, as I'm packaging them, I suddenly snap and I wake up. And I had been packaging boxes, and I woke up having to go to work and package boxes. And as I'm going upstairs, I'm like, what day of the week is it? I thought I was getting ready for the weekend. I looked at my phone, at the calendar, and it was a day that I didn't even remember. I couldn't remember what had happened the entire last week, and it freaked the daylights out of me. And that's why I realized, you know what, I need to break the routine. And so ever since then, whenever I start to feel that start to come upon me, I try and break the routine. And because time is precious, and sometimes spending time on new things can help to give you the chance to save time. It slows it down for you. That's something I learned in the when I was a military kid, but I experienced it firsthand with things like Amazon. I want to kind of keep this B sort of style with that. Let's bring it down here and use it as my reference. There's another great story that's out there. It's done by Adventures in Odyssey, and it's about a boy who is trying to speed through life, and every time he turns around, he wants to speed up life, and it starts to zip by for him. Wonderful! I don't have to worry about waiting anymore. And then he finds out that he wasted an entire day speeding through life. And in the end, he only had a day's worth of experiences because everything else was just skipped by. We're made to struggle in this life. And honestly, struggle's not bad. People make it out as if struggle is the worst thing in the world. Honestly, it's not. What's worse is a feeling of no accomplishment. That's worse. And a lot of that can be avoided. It can be avoided by doing things that are honestly kind of simple. You can be able to say, you know what, I'm going to not take this boring routine for granted. I'm going to actually embrace it. I may not be happy with it, but I'm not going to be bitter about it. It's amazing how that can change your outlook on life. You know, I had that sort of experience with some family members once, extended family members, and you know what? I wish very much that I had valued their time more than I did. Now, there's times where it can be a little hard, and I don't discount that. But I feel like one of the simple things that we can do is just not to do one thing. Don't complain. Now, I struggle with that. I think most of us do, if we're to be completely honest. Most of us will complain at one point or another, and we're like, you know what? This just really irks me. And we don't want to hear anything about it. You know, I just want to be mad. What if you found out that was the last time you were going to get to see somebody for whatever reason? What if they just cut you off and so you leave on a sour note and you never get to see them again? There are people that I know that have done that. People I know who have said, you know what, that's enough. I'm never going to interact with you again. And I'm look back and I'm like, when was the last time I got to interact with them? And I realized the only stuff I have was the negative, and I had completely forgotten the positive. When you've forgotten the positive, you kind of struggle to try and mend that which is broken. But how else will they know I'm complaining? Yowl. Yes, indeed, Bastion. Poor Bastion. He must rage. Just remember that there will be a consequence for it. And one day, you are going to be wishing you got a chance to talk with somebody. But feel free to complain away. Just make sure that's in a joking manner. Christina's sister is heading to Japan tomorrow. What? I'm very jealous. Very jealous indeed. Great Scott. I hope it is a pleasant experience. Be sure that she sees a great many things and enjoys the experience. Hopefully she gets a chance to talk with some folks over there and get to learn something about the culture. I am deeply envious. That was my plan before the pandemic hit, was to go over there. And it didn't work. I hope to do that sometime in the future, and that's why I've been studying the language in the hopes that I'll be ready at some point in the next few years to go over there and not make a fool of myself, which I definitely have done beforehand. I did not know the language when my family lived there beforehand, and I wish I did know it. I know a lot of Japanese do speak English, not as much as you do in Europe, though. English is a struggle for Japanese people, as is Japanese for an English speaker. It's such a very challenging language. But man, I love the language. I love the culture. Such an incredible place. I would love so much to get to go over and study. I want to go over and study art from the masters over there, because they understand efficiency better than anyone in the West. I don't think their art's as good as the people in the West, but their efficiency is second to none. She doesn't know a lick of Japanese. Oh no. Oh no. Good luck. Hopefully she has a friend that can be able to help her. You don't want to go wandering around if you don't know the language. You can get yourself into serious trouble. Or hopefully she's at least familiar with the culture enough to where she'll know some of the taboos to kind of steer away from. Either way, it can be a fantastic experience. And honestly, we need more people to travel and get to see the world and bring back that information here to the West. Because everywhere has something to teach us. Some places have things that you don't really want to know, which I've learned that too. There's some places in this world that have a whole lot of problems. One of those areas was Europe for me. I got to see some dark things in Europe, and lo and behold, the things that have happened since then, since seeing that, have all kind of been proof that things are not going so well. But thankfully, Europe is starting to rebound. Morally, their culture was collapsing. And a lot of people are now starting to say, you know what? No, we've gone too far. Time to back up. And they are changing. Hopefully they continue to change for the better, because I miss old Europe. Do you like traveling? Yes. I lived in 25 different homes before the age of 25. I grew up on the road. I traveled before I was even a few months old. Flew on a plane after my first year and have loved it ever since. I'm more at home in an airport and on the road than I am in my own home. I gotta say, when you travel, you see so much. And you come back and you spend months, years, kind of decompressing from it. There's some travel experiences that are not good, and some that you want to avoid. I do not suggest people go to Thailand. I know it's a popular location. Do not go to Thailand. Do not go to Vietnam. And by the way, that's because a Vietnamese woman warned me about that. Don't go to Vietnam. It's not what people expect. Bangladesh, you do not want to go to Bangladesh. Philippines, it's a bit iffy. Make sure you stay in the south. Don't go to the north. Japan, you can kind of go anywhere for the most part, thankfully. China, you do not want to go to China right now. Oh, heaven help you if you do. You are going, it's a nightmare over there. And every bad rumor you have heard about China is true, and worse. There's some cultures I would love to see, though, that I've not gotten the chance to see. You know, Russia, despite being the terror of the 21st century, 20th and 21st century, I still would love to see Russia. Because I think that I remember the old Russia, things like what Tchaikovsky introduced me to through his music, and I wished I could see that Russia. Maybe one day that will happen, and the nation will change, and we'll get a chance to see that Russia. Maybe it won't. Guess we'll see. Christina loves to travel, but I'm more of a homebody. That's understandable. Not everyone is made to really travel. But you know what is fascinating? If you go with the right people, that can change. And you might find that you actually enjoy it. But you kind of do want to go with the right people. You could go with a group of people that end up being an absolute nightmare for you. And you will regret having ever left the country. There are some people I know that are quality folks. I would never want to travel with them. Scotland's nice. But yeah, be careful about Scotland. So I got to go hiking in Scotland. 3 days that I was hiking along Loch Ness. Oi, we were seeing the Loch Ness Monster out there. He was a big one. Yes, and he was out there. He was looking for people that he wanted to eat and consume. Very dangerous. But my accent is way off. It's too late and my tongue is too tight. No Loch Ness that we saw, but I do believe the creature exists. Maybe not right now, but it definitely did exist. And you know what's really weird is that if you study the surrounding area, there's some good reason to believe that there is something that is actually lurking in the lake. Something that's big, because there is a certain amount of fish that the loch is able to hold. No more. Which suggests there's a certain tonnage of predators in there. There's no predators in the lake. And yet, despite being the depth of the North Sea, no one has been able to map it efficiently. It's a fascinating lake. Fascinating loch, my bad. I got to see a red stag when I was over there. Well, a red doe. But it was of the class of a red deer. It had 2 fawns. And it came out in the path in front of me. But you know what was sad? That was the only wildlife I saw. The forests were silent. You would go through the place and it was just nothing. It was the wind. There were not bugs. There weren't birds. There weren't squirrels. And then suddenly the swarm of midges hit you, and that's a type of fly. A very tiny, like gnat-like fly, and it bites you like a mosquito. And just leaves like a little chunk taken out of your skin. The way to avoid it is take a stick and swing it in kind of a figure 8 in front of you as you're walking, and that way you avoid the midges. Fascinating place, but you know what? Scotland's fallen apart. It has to do with immigration. The number of Scots in Scotland are disappearing fast. And I'm not one to want to kind of bemoan the facts too much, but Scotland needs to change. They have people there that hate Scotland. And my dad and I were driving, we're taking a taxi out to the far end of the loch to begin our hike. And the guy that was there was Iranian. And he starts describing things to us. And we're like, this guy hates Scotland. He's taking money from Scotland and going to leave. So guess what? Scotland gets more poor. Scotland's already having a hard time because of England. But at least England doesn't want them to disappear. Iran, they don't care. They'd gladly see them gutted. All right, I like this. This is going to work, I think. All right, so take these elements that were used. Now let's try and swap this out. Yeah, it's a much better S. Not perfect. I wish it was a little bit different, but it's good enough for now. Have you ever, well, if you've never traveled, there are a couple of places that are really good kind of beginner areas to go to. There are some that are also probably not, or that definitely take some courage to kind of dive into. Japan is definitely one of those places that require a little bit of courage, but you know what? To their own detriment in some ways, the Japanese love Americans so much, and I'm not entirely sure why. But that's starting to change as of late. But they still have a good fondness for Americans. And when I was over there, back when I was young, there's a lot of interesting engagements that we had with the people there. And a lot of Americans were being hired to go and be in commercials and whatnot because they loved seeing Americans in their products so much. Now, it did get to a bit of an unhealthy obsession, you could say, because it came at the expense of their own people. And I do wish the Japanese all the success that they can have. I think they're an honorable people, and I want to see people that do well in their work to see success. But one thing that Japan needs to change, it must change, is their work culture. It is so overworked. I grieve that for them. They need to pull back. That's why I wanted to learn Japanese, was because I saw how frustrated they were, how much they were kind of getting hurt by that sort of culture. All right, I'm going to pull up the rest of these plaques I need to make here. All right, edit artboard. There's that. Okay, there's that. Up, just a second. I forgot to space this one out before I move it. But Korea's experiencing the same thing. The overwork culture. China's experiencing it too. Do not overwork. I'm a bit of a workaholic. I also probably take a little bit more rest and more breaks than I probably should. In part because I've seen what happens when you overwork yourself. And so I get a little frustrated with that, and so I'll many times take opportunity to do things that are maybe a little bit more casual, laid back. But you see, your future really starts to grow when you have time to spend on those around you. Are you investing into your family? Well, you can't do that if you're constantly working. Oh, sure, but you're doing it for your family's future. I've heard that before. Eventually, your kids are going to grow up. Who's going to be the one who's taught them, who's mentored them? If you spend all your time working, it's going to be someone else, and you will not know who your kids are. They're going to be complete strangers to you. And I know a couple of folks who have been shell-shocked by that. They're like, but I'm your parent. And the kids are like completely disconnected from their parents. All the parents needed to do was something so simple: spend time with them rather than constantly at work. You don't want to end up like that song. What was it? Cat in the Fiddle? The one about the man that wastes his time away always being busy and his kid never gets a chance to see him. And so then when he grows up, he ends up becoming just like his dad, and his dad's shell-shocked by that. It's like, but that's not what I wanted. I did all this so we could spend time together. And Cat in the Cradle, yes, precisely. I mean, that song traumatized me as a kid, realizing that this can happen. Not just for the parents, but also for the rest of us. I mean, just in every day, if you waste all your time being busy, you miss out on friendships. You miss out on times to bond, that things that you're going to be reminiscing about into your old age. Human connection. That's the biggest, most valuable thing that you can have in this life. And you know, it's the only thing that we're able to take with us to the next life. We're not here to hoard treasure. If anything, we're here to hoard people, so to speak. My grandfather passed away the other year. And you know what is interesting? I was deeply concerned that I would never get to see my grandfather again. And he shocked us all when suddenly he changed last minute. Now I have good confidence that I will get to see him again. That's a treasure that you're going to be able to take with you. There's some people that focus so much on treasure, and then as they are suddenly gripped with health issues, they look at the treasure in their hand and like, it was all for naught. And the one thing that they want is not more treasure. They're desperate for someone else. They're desperate for a friend. They're desperate for family members, anybody that they can latch onto. And they're all gone. But if you have a good focus on that, if you have a focus on family and friends, you're more likely not going to have that problem. You're going to go through life and you're going to be filled with all sorts of joys that you're going to be like, wow, I didn't expect this to turn out so well. I thought this was going to be a nuisance. I thought this was going to be an irritation. Now I'm happy. All right, I have to now piece this together. Into 3 different words. So now I have all the letters. I have one. This will be the second one. And then once I get the third one down here, then we'll shift over and maybe do some Fortnite. Just kind of taking this evening as it comes. There's no plan to begin with. It wasn't really... not like... It wasn't going to be like last year or the year before that where there's actually a plan to do something during the Christmas season. Maybe I should have done that, but I couldn't think of what to do. So I just kind of do the same old stuff I always do. Ramble. Pin bar location. Get this thing away from here. I don't like it when they put a bar right over top of where you're clicking. Blender has it right. They always put it off to the side. Definitely not the most refined sort of letters. It definitely could have been a little bit better in how I piece it from the original. But honestly, what I should have done is I should have drawn it out on paper and then scanned it, because I think I would have done better in keeping a nice, interesting design. Because I'm not all that happy with this. But it'll serve the purpose. All right, so next is A. I'm going to be turning this into a font for a Rudai in a few days. It takes me a little bit to kind of piece that together. I'll probably do it during a render. Oh, it is off. There we go. Much better. This font reminds me of a book I read when I was younger, The Chronicles of Prydain. Chronicles of Prydain. Let me see that. I don't think I've heard of that before. Prydain. Oh, interesting. There are some similarities. Huh. I don't think I've ever seen that book before. Oh, wait a minute. No. It has the Black Cauldron? It has that nightmare fuel that Disney created? Is that part of the book series? I remember hearing that apparently the original book was like really good and the movie was absolute garbage. Interesting. Highly recommend if you've never heard of it. They are the same but different. Ah. I might have to look into that, indeed. Much appreciated for the recommendation. Huh. I remember hearing that apparently when the book series was out, they were was coming out. They're like, hey, this is going to make for a good movie and whatnot. And Disney was all keen on pulling it off, but they bumbled it so badly. And it just alienated everybody. People who were fans of the book didn't like it. People that were fans of animation didn't like the darkness of that they'd gone with. It was like a lose-lose situation for everybody. Up. I forgot to unlock that. Unlock. Right, this is the final bit of text here. Come down here and lock that again. All right, so this one is a whole different set of characters here. All right, let's grab this. Just move them all down there to begin with. Okay, we got E. R. U. D. I. A. Then settings. Setting. U. I. D. E. Not guider, guide. There we go. There's a book series I read when I was young. It came recommended by a friend who, it was, honestly, it started out very interesting. And it got worse and worse and worse as time went on. And I understood finally why I had never heard of the series before. It was, what was it called? Dragons Among Us. And the original idea was interesting. But you know what? In retrospect, it was a weird story. And my friend was convinced that we needed to try and make it as a live action fan film back in the day. And he was convinced about it. He's like, we should make this happen. And so I read the first few books in it, and it was honestly very intriguing. I read through it very fast. I have never read through books that fast before. It was a very easy read. But then I understood something about it. As time went on, I suddenly realized that the book, while I had a good starting idea, it suffered from wanting to expand into a universe. And it was not a good story for an expanded universe. And so suddenly they got into time travel. And it's like, oh, great, here we go. And it went back into all this time travel nonsense that suddenly the whole concept just fell apart. Such a bad ending for the story. And it never finished. Actually, let me check here. No, wait a minute. No, I think this is the wrong thing. Here, let me try this. No, that's not the name of it. Dragons in Our Midst. That was the name of it. What a weird story. But it started off good, but when they got into the time travel stuff, it all fell apart. Just like Marvel. The moment you get into time travel, everything starts to get retroactively destroyed. And suddenly, what was a plot point in one book becomes pointless for the following. And suddenly, they started throwing in some heresy sort of stuff. And I was like, oh my goodness, we have lost the point of what made this book interesting to begin with. And, oh, I didn't mean to close that. Dragons in Our Midst. Series complete. The complete series. How many books are there? There are 4 books. No, there's not 4 books. I know there's not 4 books. I read more than 4 books. Okay, wiki page. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 books. 15 books that this guy got out of one thing because of time travel. Man. Things tend to go off the rails when time travel is involved. It's hard to pull off because it breaks the rules. Yes. You know, there's a reason why God made it so that time is linear. Because the more you start to tamper with time, the more chaotic things get and the more nonsensical it gets. And I think there is a way to tell a good time travel story, kind of similar to Back to the Future, which I don't care what the Avengers say. They did a very good job with explaining time travel and making it a great plot point for it. But I think there's another story that can be done with that. And I want to tell it one day, but I'm going to just kind of keep it under my hat until that day happens, if it ever happens. And it could never happen, honestly. I have way too many stories. Not enough time in this life to pull off all of them. I'll be lucky enough if I can get the story of Milo out, along with my sci-fi story. That right now is my goal. Get those 2 stories out, and if there's any extra time, so to speak, then I'll try and pull off one of the other stories, which I have a Scottish story. I have a story about pirates. I know it's not a kind of a kitsch sort of story on pirates out there. A Polynesian story. An Alaskan mythology story. That one I would really like to tell, but I don't think that one's going to be possible for a while. You can have all the plans in the world, and none of them ever pan out. Honestly, I didn't expect to be streaming. I didn't expect to be working a standard run-of-the-mill job up here to try and pay for an outlandish sort of rent. I would rather be working to pull off some of these projects. And, but you know what? We don't always get what we want. And there's no use in bemoaning it. We're given a limited amount of time on this earth. We're made to accomplish a certain amount of things. And it's not guaranteed how much we are going to get done. All I can do is be grateful for what you have. I gotta say, it's kind of tough to be grateful at times. There's times where you're like, I would really, 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 really like to pull off X, Y, or Z. And it ain't gonna happen. Okay, I'm messing that up. That has to be lined up at the bottom there. Really? That's not lined up with the top? That's gotta be a glitch. Let's mess that up. There's a couple things I want to do with this new year. God willing, will take place. Otherwise, we'll take whatever he gives us. But one of the things is a short film. Is going to be... I would love to get this short film done. It's kind of like a predecessor to the Lord of the Rings film that's going to be coming out later. I know there's a lot of people that have been bemoaning the fact that the new Lord of the Rings is going to be coming out about the search for Gollum, but I think there actually might be a story there. I want to kind of show what it could be. And I want to show it because I want to try and get to it before Lord of the Rings the Lord of the Rings team does it, because I want to kind of show what could be and then see what happens when they actually make it. See how it comes off. Greetings there, Riker, who says, Merry Christmas, Chief. Merry Christmas to you and yours, Riker. Hope you and Lauren are doing well. I saw your doing some more of the some more clothing. You were at the gym being as shredded as ever, lifting more than all of the community combined. Sometimes you have an idea, though, and you pursue it, and you're certain it will pan out, and then it doesn't. It's not bad if it doesn't pan out. Sometimes there's a reason for that. But there's occasions where something doesn't pan out, and you put in so much effort into it. I know a guy who did that for a product, and he put it out there, and it bombed horribly. Now, the warning signs were there from a long while beforehand, saying, yeah, this is not going to go over so well. And he, unfortunately, didn't realize that was going to happen. And honestly, if he had made the film about 3 years prior, it would have taken off. It would have been a huge success. I don't doubt that. But it didn't happen, and I have yet to actually even see it because it just disappeared after that kind of fell apart. Okay, move these guides down. Then shift all this over a little bit. right, now what's the problems with this? Okay, I already noticed the problem. The width. Some letters are thicker than others. Okay, well, we're just going to shift this around a little bit, and we'll address it at a later date. Make those a little bit thinner. It seems like one step is all that's needed. Let's see, how do we do... Oh, here we go, lasso. I can't believe I messed up on that width there. How did I not notice that? Now, I went over to get a new mic stand, and I got the mic stand. I got it set up, and you know what happened? As I was setting it up, it started to lean, and then it jumped off the table. What I had not realized is that the attachment on my table is too shallow for the clamp. So I need either a stand or I need to screw it into my table. I can't really screw it into the table. This is kind of not a table you want to screw it into. So I'm probably going to get a board and screw it into the board. That way I can shift it around on the board with relative ease. But I finally got that done, only to find out that problem. Which, yeah, it's gonna happen. Sometimes you think, hey, this is gonna be perfect. Nothing's gonna go wrong at this point. It's all figured out, and then lo and behold, you encounter something like that. Because I was hoping to have it up and operational last week, only to find out that problem. Almost there. Yeah, I feel kind of simple for not realizing this mistake earlier on when I was actually making the letters. Such a simple thing. Oh. Of course, because I messed it up on the original. That explains it. Okay, well, it is done. So now we grab these. Move that to the back. Let's grab this as well. Move that to the back. Come down here, and now we have those, and hide them all. Lovely. All right, so now let us change the colors, and then we will save it, and that will be sent over for review. And we will proceed with the next activity for the evening. Save that, and close out. All right. Let me see here. Really? Huh. That's interesting. Have to remember that. Okay, so we have a couple of things we can do. Now, I didn't really plan up to this point because I didn't know how long the font would take, and honestly, I stretched it out way longer than I was intending. You know, okay. All right, let's go over and do this instead. We're going to do 1 hour and a half of Fortnite. Then we're going to go and do a quick, very quick Christmas theme Lego render. Not an animation, per se, just a render. We'll see if there's enough time for that. But we're going to start with this because this is a little bit earlier. That way people can go to bed as they want. And I can work into the morning doing the render. All right, let me put myself over here. So what is the what are some of the activities that you have planned going on for Christmas Day? Hopefully it's going to be spent with people that you care about. But if not, hopefully it's still memorable and a positive experience. Well, I won't bemoan the some of the AI dialogue tonight, but I do want to mention one thing, and that is, I'm noticing a lot of people really kind of being more blatant with their use of AI in their businesses. And there's a lot of people out there right now. Uh-oh. Wrong button. Keep changes. There we go. So, they've been making big investments into it and been getting a lot of people kind of, I think a lot of people are starting to get a little ticked off at it all. They're starting to realize that it doesn't have their best interests in mind. But then raise the question, how many of us are actively engaging one another so that people feel welcomed and valued? Now, during the Christmas season, you have the chance to do that en masse. A lot of people are in deep need of some sort of emotional connection. And when they don't have it, they start to turn to technology as their solution. You and I all have the ability to reach out to people in our local area. You might not necessarily know how to, and it's going to vary from from person to person, place to place. But next year, you're going to start seeing people that are going to start defaulting to some sort of artificial way of interacting with people. Well, interacting with a machine. So we got to make sure that we maintain that sense of humanity and kindness to one another, especially as we enter this weird time. Exchanging presents with family and then making breakfast together. How about you? Well, I'm going to be waking up in the morning, rolling out of bed, and kind of wait for evening to come around. And then I will be going over to a family dinner. We're not doing breakfast, which is means I'll be probably just working on projects until then. You know, since all the places are closed and whatnot, I'll be working on a variety of things just to kind of stay productive. Might do something, some other activity before then, but we'll be doing a small gift exchange. Tonight we went over to a candlelight service. And honestly, I miss candlelight services back when. Nowadays, I feel like it's too popular to just kind of be trendy with modern times. I miss the traditional candlelight service. We have like elements of it still there, but it's never truly the same like when I was growing up. What do you think of the Samurai Star Wars stuff in shop? I think it's pretty neat, honestly. And by the way, I'm guessing you've been around for a while, Jess. I can't remember if you said how do you do already or not. But either way, I know you tend to just kind of pop in and don't always announce. So I'm guessing you've been here for a while. Hope you are doing well all the same. But I am liking that idea of having Star Wars mixed in with Jedi stuff. Honestly, it's a really neat idea. Darth Vader. If you've seen the original piece of armor that it's based upon, it is remarkably accurate to the Japanese armor. Hello. Did you glitch? No idea. I just had an ad about a tool for AI saying it would help prevent weird AI. Quirkas. Okay, it works. Interesting. I could imagine Star Wars with Jedi stuff. One day, Star Wars is going to get remade. I know not a lot of fans are liking that idea. It's going to happen. It always happens. The moment something popular has been out for too long, people want to remake it. It's human nature. It's been happening ever since Shakespeare. It's been happening ever since the since Greek tragedies. I might not like it, but it's going to happen one way or the other. And when it does happen, I hope that they take some creative liberties to make it maybe a little bit more tied to a real-world culture. I think that would be interesting. Something like Japan, but we'll have to see. We'll have to see what happens with it. I do have an idea of what it could look like, of a slightly different sort of world, but it would take probably another decade before people would be willing to even hear about it. No! Let me out of here. That's strange I fell in here. I'm going to skedaddle. Hope you have a great night and Merry Christmas. Thank you for being here. Have a wonderful Christmas, Wolfie. Have some great time with your family and friends. And don't spend time with this evil cartoon. There we go. But have a wonderful time. Thanks for stopping by. And I hope that 2025 ends up being a blessed year for you and yours. You're very kind, sir. You didn't need to do that, but it is much appreciated. Thank you, Wolfie. Merry Christmas to you. That is very, very generous. Oh, that was a weird pink fella. Oh, another weird pink fella. Wait, you're pink, right? Yeah, you are. Oh, no, you're not pink. The other one was really pink. You're just wearing pink. There we go. Piff. You'll be on in like 10 minutes, says Rolling Chairs. Alrighty, well that will be enough for me to get to the end of this round, most likely. Assuming I actually get to the end of the round. Hey, look, a bot. Hashtanastic. Interesting. You know what I really want to watch right now? I want to watch one of those old Christmas cartoons. My relatives got this for me last year. I think I want to watch some of them. It's been a long time since I've seen them. Not all of them, of course. I just kind of want to see like one or two of them. Don't want to, oversaturate yourself with them for the first experience, but in a while. But I think I'll see some of the more classic ones. Kind of glad it's on DVD instead of Blu-ray because I don't have the ability to watch Blu-ray anymore. Don't have a TV and Blu-ray player like I used to. Don't even have the space for it, honestly. And my computer, while it can burn Blu-rays, I can't watch Blu-rays. Thanks, Sony, for making your technology locked down to where you need extra expensive multi-$100 software to be able to use a drive that I bought for my computer that was hundreds of dollars. No. Get away. Get away. Where is that button? Where is it? Here we go. Banned. Who cares about cheap viewers? We don't want cheap viewers. We want real human beings. And I'd rather have a very small number of real human beings than an entire army of bots. Do you remember the story of Gideon from the Bible? Now, in Gideon, the enemy is marching onto Israel's territory, and they ask God for help. And God tells Gideon to send all his men down to take a drink of water from the river. When they do so, he then says, okay, the people that drank in this manner are to be kept in the army. The rest of them send home. Well, that's weird. Why do that? I mean, we need every able-bodied man, right? Well, God wanted them to leave. And he sent another thing. There's still too many soldiers. Have them go do another thing. And they weeded down the number even further. And you know what is interesting? The small number was not... The number of the troops was not what mattered. It was whether or not They were being faithful to God. And by trusting in him, it didn't matter what their numbers were. And thus, they were given victory. In a very weird way. Ooh, that was close. The guy thought he was sneaky. But the number was weeded down, and, you know, since then, there's been this realization that the number of troops doesn't really matter. Quality does. Or quality is far more important in the end. And interestingly, there are people, they will spend all this time and effort trying to get every last person into their ranks, only to find out the hard way that having people that are just by having sheer numbers doesn't actually mean that you're going to be victorious. Now, China should probably learn a lesson or two from that, because they have gone with the mob mentality and has never turned out well for them. Russia's kind of done the same sort of thing. Very ineffective. But when you see people on Twitch or Rumble or YouTube, all with these hundreds of thousands of followers or whatnot, it's all fake, and a small number of real, genuine people is far more important. For all manner of reasons. Okay, just like I'm distracted. Trying to run away from Frosty. This is not going so well. He's far more efficient than I am. I'm just gonna leave Frosty to melt. Spring will take him. Oof. That's not the player. Ooh, Frosty's worst weapon. Most dangerous weapon, himself. Ooh. Okay, so if I drink from a lake, I can win my next Fortnite game. Cluster bombs are also back. Oh boy. sushi man. Quick, you gotta give me a weapon. Sword. That's not a sword. Never mind. I'm out of here. Hey, perfect. No one's fought you yet. Oh, that's Frosty down there. Yeah, there's Frosty. Why am I stuck? Oh. Get out of here, bot. No one likes you. There, some extra speed. Take that, Vi. Filling this AI. That means your boss is probably up there. I'm running low on gear. There we go. That was close. That was very, very close. I need shield. Oh, there he is. Gosh, what I need is this car right here. Oh, I better heal first. Okay, heal. I don't want to use this right now, but I gotta. Can't go into this without proper gear. Okay, there's 5 people left. Stormtrooper. Another guy back there. Was that shield? Nope, but there's this. Oh, shield. Perfect. Get a little bit of shield. That's all I can ask for. That's right, bot. Get clobbered. No one likes bots. Nobody, not even Elon Musk, despite all that he claims. Gotta be careful. Can't lose my car. It's Frosty. Death to Frosty. That was close. I was afraid that wasn't going to turn out that way. Okay. Where else are you guys hiding? That doesn't have any scope on there. Aha, scope. Oh, golly. Storm. Oh, there he is.
What's up, Jack?
Hey, Merry Christmas, rolling chairs. I got 4th place. Ho, ho, horrible. How has your Christmas Eve been?
Was good. I've been with family pretty much all day. Actually, I did work this morning, but other than that, been good. How about you?
Yeah, it's been kind of a bland day, honestly. I got some good progress though on a project, so at least I felt like slightly accomplished from that. But the Christmas service tonight was pretty decent. Had some good, thoughtful takeaways. Spent some quality time with family. That's always a positive. Scutless says, breaking news! Jeff banned from planet Cybertron for racism remarks against bots. Well, Cybertron is definitely not a place that will welcome me. All of those cursed AI, whether they are good or evil, Transformers, or even if it's Megatron, they're all villains. You know, the very first time I saw Transformers was when I was in college. And it had been out for a while. Well, the first one had been out for a couple years. And this guy had this new technology. Blu-ray. High quality. Top-notch sort of film experience. And he wanted to invite us all over to see a Blu-ray on a big, early kind of version of 4K. Now, it wasn't true 4K. It was like one of those in-between ones where it like slightly upscaled everything. So it wasn't really good imagery, but for the time, it was jaw-dropping imagery. Like, this is practically being at the theater. And we were all watching Transformers. I had never seen Transformers before. And the whole time I kept thinking, this is weird. This doesn't... The story's a little different than what I was expecting. The characters are a little different. Seems like there's backstory that people just have to assume is there. We weren't watching the first Transformers. We were watching the second. And lo and behold, the second one wasn't even in theaters. I saw it months before the country got to see it. And some of it wasn't as refined as others. It was an early adaptation that that this guy had gotten his hands on. And you know the thing that told us that there was a mistake? Because during the credits, you realize it was a camera filming a studio preview. And so the camera shuffled, and you suddenly realize it had been filmed off of a studio screen. But it was still super high resolution. Never would have assumed that it was not the real thing. But yeah, so I got to see a pirated version of Transformers 2.
I didn't really like the movie. I saw the first one when I was a kid, and I didn't like it.
Honestly, I really did not like the movies. But then again, I never liked Transformers to begin with.
Yeah. Like, there's like one scene where the robots are like destroying the yard, and the son is like, "Oh my gosh, my parents are gonna kill me." Like, I thought that scene was pretty funny when I was a kid. But other than that, yeah. He was like freaking out. There's his father here.
I'm hiding in a toilet.
Those movies sell a lot worldwide. Yeah.
There's a guy in here with me.
Oh. Oh no.
Ah, phooey. Ah, he took himself out.
Jeez.
You mean Michael Bay's live-action Transformer films? Yes. Yes, it was the live-action Transformer film that we saw that was pirated. And honestly, I was baffled at the time that you could actually pirate like that. And that this guy had access to it. Does raise a lot of questions.
There's like a informal test audience. Like, he purposely gave it to that guy for you guys to see it, just to kind of get your reaction.
If that was true, we were the worst possible audience for that.
Yeah.
We were so it was a Christian college, and we had some very big critiques of it because it was so sexualized. And so we made our voices heard about that. We're like, this was disgusting. And so if they did send it for that, they chose the worst place to send it. The first Bayformers film is the only one I actually liked, but even then, you have to put up with Bay's bizarre writing. At least he makes good action scenes to eat popcorn to. Yeah, at times. I think Michael Bay is... I've never liked him. I think his material is always really bad. The first Transformers was interesting, but I thought they messed up so much potential for the story. Where do you want land? Rolling chairs?
Mm-hmm. Let's go somewhere snowy. Go to,
I like that idea.
go here.
I say we go to the mountain, far off in the distance.
Alright, let's do it. Dogen?
All right, we're climbing Mount Fuji. Yeah, the one way out in the distance.
Yeah.
Could you imagine the potential you could do with a place like that?
Yeah. It's pretty open too. Like put a lot of stuff on there.
Mm-hmm. I like this little fishing village over here.
At least one squad land here.
Oh yeah, darn, they're going to get there first. They landed on either side.
I'm just gonna.
These might be bots. They're acting a little peculiar. Yeah, they're bots. You don't just come in here and start destroying something for the sake of it. Especially when you know there's enemies in the area.
Yeah, they're definitely bots.
Mandible.
Missed like 12 shots on me. Here's some small shits.
Oh, thank you. Meantime, I'm going to get the music going again. Log into there. So, I'm still kind of curious about this. So, the other day, we had a raid from on the Rumble side, and I did not see it. And because I ended up closing out of that window by accident, and so I didn't realize my mistake.
Do you know who it was?
Yeah, it was Area 52, but it was another account of his. It wasn't one of his. It wasn't his main account that we've raided before. So I had no idea the mistake I had made, but also that I'm making sure not to close that window out by accident. Don't want to have that repeat problem. But that's the one thing I wish that Rumble would do, is that they would actually work with Restream to make their chat something that could work with other platforms, because it does not want to work with other platforms for whatever reason.
Do other platforms offer that?
Yeah, almost every other platform has that integrated. Rumble's one of the only ones that doesn't. Now, I've heard them say that, oh, well, we're a small team and we're trying to get this all figured out. I say baloney. Based upon what I've been seeing, they are just kind of putting around trying to pay off big-time streamers than try to actually build up their platform naturally. Which is not good for the... not as effective as it could be if they just focus primarily on building a tool.
Sorry, I thought my cat was chewing on something.
Oh. No, don't want Mr. Kitty to be chewing a hole through the cables.
Yeah. Sounded like I heard like plastic crumbling in the distance. It's weird.
But even X, which is brand new and has a really small staff compared to what it used to have, they got it figured out how to integrate the chats. And so the fact that Rumble, which has been around now for years, and X, which has only had streaming capabilities for a few months, they figured it out and Rumble hasn't. Yeah, it just makes me think there's a priority difference. They'll pay millions of dollars for other streamers, but they won't pay to have their own team develop a tool that's a little bit more efficient than what it currently is. Oh, there it is.
I didn't know today.
Oh, it's a pistol. Not a fan of that. But I will take this chug stuff. Chili chug. Oof. All right, we'll swap vehicles. This is going to be a little bit more reliable. Whoa! Did I say reliable?
Thought I heard footsteps too.
Maybe there's someone around. Okay, let's look around. Oh, yep.
Like right. Come in here.
They just launched themselves.
Yep. One launch here.
Oh, come on. Wrong button. Get him! Get him, rolling chairs! Gun it down! Oh, someone's coming. Other side of this wall. Here he comes. Oh, nice accuracy.
Storm's coming in on us too. There's a sword here.
Perfect. Just what I need. Okay, got some shield. Splash, splash. Swap this out, and then swap this out. There we go. Ready for war.
Got a pretty good loadout.
I'm going to go get the car. Be right back.
Alright.
I got one of those squishies to get the health back. Oof. Yeah, watch out, tree. This card means business.
Jeez, these are huge arrows.
Yep. Jump the train.
Oh.
Well, it kind of worked. Okay, just a second. There we go. All right, we need some more fuel in this thing, so we're going to go north. Hey, look who it is. Someone up ahead.
Just
You
you?
better tell them about their flat tire.
Ooh. Another one.
Cool. That's the same team, it seems.
Whoa.
Oh, that's not how I was expecting that to go.
No, I don't think they're the same team. Oh,
Oh, that was a big launch.
he launched the
He's
car.
in you. He's in your car. There we go. Oof.
Alright, I need to stop damaging our car.
Lesson. Oh. Okay. Well, I still at least got him. All right, now to hunt that fella down.
Our car is damaged.
Yeah, we're low on gas and all that stuff.
I was using it as a weapon in that place.
All right, where would he be going?
Probably Reboot Band.
Yeah, but oh, we
Yep.
found out where he is. All right, we're out of fuel. Going on foot. Oof.
Yep, on
Okay,
the
here he
bridge.
comes. There he is. He's over by the orange car. Dang nabbit.
Dang.
Well, they got away.
Probably so annoyed with us. Like
Yeah.
chasing down like that.
Honestly, I can kind of commiserate with them and say, well, they probably had some good adrenaline from feeling that success.
Yeah.
We got away!
Yeah.
Hopefully it lasts for you.
Oh, shield.
Oh,
guy
yeah,
here.
perfect. I need 1 health, so that's perfect.
You love it. Alright.
I'm looking from up here. Okay, they're all over the hills, so we cannot see them from here.
Yeah, car.
Yep. Well, there's a gas
Did I get
station
the-
up ahead. Feel free to get that. I'm going to get a car and come back for you.
Alright.
Okay. There are people over in this vicinity, so I'm going to come back and get you.
And there's 4 other squads.
Cool. One of them's out in the water. Whoa. How'd you get over here?
Whoa. Blended in perfectly.
Cue deja vu music.
They're super low.
Got him. Oh, behind us. Nicely done. Another guy
coming. Getting our car. Probably going to a van.
That's probably a good assumption. You need to go and heal. Okay, he's right here. Gun him down. Oh no. No! Dagnabbit.
Yeah, shredded.
They had very good accuracy.
Yeah, once it became just two people directing their fire at me, it was done. The item shop is weird now. Wait. Oh, never mind. Different now. When I first got on, it was only showing me bundles. Never mind.
Star
Now
Wars.
I see all the new stuff.
Yeah. Star Wars Samurai Bundle. Back to
Yeah, but
back
wasn't even
number
the
4.
option to buy
Not
these
terrible.
individually.
You are correct there, Riker. Not bad at all. Riker says, "Merry Christmas, chairs."
Merry Christmas, Riker. Hope you have a good day.
I like these designs of Darth Vader and the Stormtrooper. Very well done.
Yeah, Darth Vader looks pretty cool.
Spider-Man. Hey, the noir Spider-Man. Which would have come in handy with my detective role-playing last night. For those that weren't here last night, yeah, I was feeling a little loopy. And decided to go into to role-play with my Fortnite. So, Fashion was here to attest.
Like, did you do a different game mode or like Battle Royale?
I was trying to accomplish the quests, and it was set up to go interact with a character in Noir. So
I'll get back and watch that.
yeah, it wasn't anything too exhilarating. It was probably, honestly, it felt more interesting doing it than actually probably in what sort of viewing material it was, but did you do the new Winterfest quest, says Jess? So I was doing the what was it called? The one with Sergeant Santa. Yeah, I had to deal with Shaq and Snoop Dogg and all those other little journeys there. Let me see, what is the what's next on that list? Winter Investigation, that was it. So it comes, the next one comes in a day. So I've done that. All right, be right back. I have to get myself a little bit more water. My voice is getting dry.
I haven't done like any of the quests or anything. Oh, I see. There's a little detective guy for the winter investigation. Ooh. Wait, never mind. Where should we go? Yeah.
All right, I'm back. As I'm falling to my doom. But don't worry, cats land on their feet. All right, where is...
I accidentally jumped too early.
Where's rolling chairs? Oh, you're there. So we're going to go meet in the forest. Meet at that fortress. Or somewhere around that area. Maybe not directly in it, because then we'll probably get eliminated.
Yeah.
I see you. You did it. The one about the new cat character. Oh, not about the new cat character. VR Jason has come by and says, "Merry Christmas!" He's just missing the ho 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 after it.
Merry Christmas, VR.
Hope you are having a great time with family and friends, VR Jason. And if not, you can count us among that list of family and friends. So technically, you should be having a grand time regardless.
Indeed.
Who is this cat that is not Erissa, and why should I care? Poor Scutless, hung up on Erissa. All right. Well, you got it. One of those wind squishies. Okay. Oh, gas station. Swords and cars. That is the... Those are the best weapons still.
Yep.
I remember early on, in Chapter 3, cars were not really being used as weapons. And so when I got in, I was having a hard time hitting anybody. And so I used cars, and they were so slow at the time. But it still worked pretty well. And I was glad that they kept improving upon them. Ooh, who wants TP? Oh my goodness, that's... Ugh. Okay, so they have toilets right here. They have a orange poo sort of thing, a yellow poo sort of icon.
Oh,
and they have toilet paper. Uh-oh. Is he in there with you? Yeah, I see him.
I just gave them two of my stuff and they left.
Darn it. I got a lot of damage on him. I need a car.
I was in the semi-truck getting a chest. And they just shot me when I got in.
That's unfortunate. BR Jason says a grand time indeed. Alright, gotta save the chairs. Okay, they're running away. No, they're not running away. They're just hiding.
Yeah, I think they're gonna use it as bait.
Oh, golly. Psych!
They're good.
Blast. There was not any cars I could readily see other than that bike. I needed the protection of a car. No, I forgot to be adding my losses here. Here we go. Okay, we've gotten one loss to begin with and two with you and me. So yeah, that's 3 losses in total.
I can do like 1 or 2 more.
I understand. Honestly, I probably shouldn't be going for too late anyway. I have a bad habit of staying up until all hours of the night. I was talking with, so there's a couple of folks that I've actually been mentioning some things to about art and trying to give them some pointers on it. It's kind of interesting how many people are kind of trying to get into the field. But, you know, I was reminded just how important it is to actually be doing art. Now, I don't profess to be very good at art. The reason why is because I spend a lot of time not working on art when I probably should be. I'm not a true artist in that sense. I can't sit down for hours and hours in isolation and do art anymore. I used to. I can't do that anymore. And so as such, my skills suffer as a result. But I still have the ability, if need be, to sit down and do it from start to finish. In fact, I am employed to do that sort of stuff. But there's some people in the art world that they think that somehow it's an easy career option. And so they're like, well, I don't like to work. And so they turn to art. Only to find out art is competitive. It is tough to get into the industry. And then they're left discouraged because they're like, but I wasn't supposed to be working this hard. Well, you know, that stuff's kind of important to be able to do. You need to be able to put some time and effort into it to really master it. You can't just expect to go from stick figures to anime. It doesn't go that way. Don't worry about staying up. Don't forget, sleep is a lie. Yes, indeed, BR Jason. Time to watch White Christmas again. Thanks for the recommendations to Jess. I'm going to try to get my mom to watch it with me. Yes, White Christmas is a great classic. I think this is the wrong side here.
They spawn another squad here.
Darn, I landed on the wrong side. I was supposed to land on the other side where the sword is. There we go. This is the right side. Or I thought it was. No? There. No?
There's the bus.
I always get so turned around. I'm looking for the where the sword is. It's this. I'm so turned around.
Can't put an end to it.
Here we go. Oh, it's in the middle. It's not on the corner. There we go. Sword.
Is there any more there?
No, it's just one sword. I saw White Christmas the other day, actually. We were at the theater, and it was one of those Fathom events. It was great to see it on the big screen. With how common advertisements are becoming, I would much rather pay money to go to a theater and see something. Oh, Rolling Chairs, come here. There we go.
Thank you.
Go to a movie theater and pay a little extra to see something without any interruptions, but then you can't put the movie on pause either, so there's a lot of pros and cons for both. Now, what are you doing up here? Clouds belong on the ground, not in the sky. Or on the roof. Wait a minute. What? There's a bot that's actually... Oh, I threw the wind right on top of a bot, and so he flew up into the air. Darn, I can't destroy the bread dog. I thought you could. I thought we did it before. I wonder. Hey, bread dog, I got a gift for you. Play fetch. Nope, that doesn't work. All right, I'm ready to head on out of here.
Same.
They're just going to keep fighting until, well, until doomsday at this rate.
Yeah.
People aren't happy when I'm singing loud Rosemary Clooney when I'm in the theater. Yes. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Okay, let's see here. So now I'm just imagining BR Jason trying to sing out at the top of his lungs, "Love, you didn't do right by me." That would be hilarious. No, it's not singing along to I'm Dreaming of a White Christmas. No, nor is it the song Snow. It's got to be either Sisters or it's got to be Love You Didn't Do Right by Me. All right, there's a sword up here for you to be able to get from this guy if you need one.
Sweet.
Ah! There was no sword. That's very disappointing. Well, we're going to find a sword here. The swords are important. Okay. Let's see here. Find a car.
Yeah, I don't need a sword. Are the teleport masks still in the game?
Yeah, they're around here and there. I had one the first round, but yeah, I've not seen a whole lot of them. They might have lowered their spawn rate. Oh, car. Perfect. Oh, it's this ugly pink color. There. Solve the problem.
Now it's incredible.
Yeah, literally incredible.
My ad's hanging out the top.
Well, that is a problem.
Nice goofy. You think they would have stuff like this ironed out by now?
Yeah.
Do you see it on your screen too, or is it just on mine?
Yeah, I see it too. It's a relatively small thing on my side.
I mean, yeah, it's not a big deal at the end of the day. There's someone. They're turning around.
You got out of your car. Never mind, that didn't turn out so well.
No.
That did not go well. Drive away if you can. I messed up horribly.
Hop in.
Okay, I'm in. Man, I messed that up horribly.
I didn't know we were hopping out. Yeah, I hopped out once we were down the hill already.
Yeah, I was going to try and use the sword to knock him off, then I realized the guy was in the car. Alright, swap out vehicles. Make another incredible car out there.
They're coming.
We'll be leaving here in just a moment. Okay, there we go. Hopefully they thought that we went the other way. Never mind!
Oh. I don't have enough health to get out and shoot them.
That's fine. We got more fuel than them. Not like that's gonna help.
Yeah.
Fail. That's one. Another guy. Take that! You villain! Where'd he go? Is that Mr. Incredible's car? Yes, says BR Jason. Yes, it is. He does deserve a good yeah.
Oh, they're right there. That's bot behavior.
Alright, here's that for you to hold. Huzzah! Oh, there's more chug splashes. Oh, he's on top of the mountain. Get over here. He's out of range here. Okay. Now we need a way to get up. We need a car. Is the car over here still alive? The other guys? No. It's not.
No, I think you're away.
Okay, yep. You're right. Spacing. Oh, okay, there he is.
I think we should just push away, honestly.
I think it's just one man. We got him. All right, sword time. He's run. Yep.
Yeah.
I think he went to go and hide with Mariah Carey down there.
I think he might circle back to get his partner's card. Yeah, there's a card down here. They're heading back to the bridge. Yeah. Definitely getting. Come on.
Got a lot of damage on him. Okay, let's chase him.
Yeah.
Got the cable. He is not getting away so easily. There's a reboot over here.
Yeah, he's rebooting.
He's gonna reboot, but it's not gonna help him.
He's just freaking.
Boom!
They're swimming away. Down the river.
Down the river, okay.
Should we keep chasing him or
Yeah, keep chasing him.
recover?
We got the
Yep,
health,
they're
we
up
got the
here.
initiative. Oh
One
no,
more
the
right here on
sword's
the river
damaged.
side. Right here. Got one.
The other guy flew further away, I think. Wait. Okay, that was not the guy I thought that we were chasing. He's coming back to get the card. Alright, he jumped out.
Yeah.
He's coming back for the reboot over here. Wait a minute, where'd he go? Storm damage is 1, so he could be going into the storm for all we know. I'll just leave him.
Yeah,
We'll know if he
that was weird.
goes back
I
there.
was shooting at him and then he just disappeared from the car.
Yeah, he used the sword. Oh. Storm damage is about ready to go to 2. And that's when it really
Do you have any
starts getting
spare
dangerous.
medium ammo before we get into this final fight?
Yes, I do. Let me see here. Split. Split. I don't have a whole lot.
Thank you.
Swap vehicles. Now my sword is just about ready to break, so I'm not going to be using it a whole lot.
Oh, someone just reviewed.
Probably
We can
him.
trade if we want.
Yep, that's him. Where's your friend? Wait a minute, how do you spawn with that weapon? Oh wait, he must have grabbed it inside that building. Here he is.
There.
Yeah, he's driving away.
Hey, car.
Alright, so
Oh, yeah, trade
there's
sword.
this sword. Yeah, because I'm going to need that sword to really do damage here. Yep. Thank you. Yes, always let a cat drive. Cat has years of experience, unlike a skeleton who has lived an entire life in a car and probably ended up becoming a skeleton because of his driving skills.
This Sitting and waiting to get to the destination. Where are we going? I don't know.
No idea. I was trying to see where that car went. Yeah, he's not going back for his friend at this point. Oh, there he is, up there. See that? He's no longer here.
Footsteps.
Yep. Yep. It's inside there. Wow.
Oh.
Oh!
Look this again.
Dang.
I joked.
No,
They're just hiding there.
How did he do that? It's 5 damage.
That was weird.
They were hiding there for a while. It's not, the damage has been that high for a while. I'm
I think they found
stunned.
like some corner, like of the map where they're hidden. Back there.
I don't know. Baffled.
Yeah. I think
That's where we need
last game
someone
now.
to say instant replay. Well, thanks for joining Rolling Chairs. Happy.
Yeah, they need to replay this game, man.
Yeah.
Like this game.
Instant replay. How did you perish? Yeah, because the standard way of going about and seeing is just not quite the same. How do you feel about the creatures or enemies are being too weak, just right, or too strong? Nightshades. What's nightshades? Just right. How do you feel about the health of nightshades? Just right. I wish that they would show a picture of what it is that they're talking about. There we go. All right. Thanks for participating in Rolling Chairs. Rest well. Have a wonderful Christmas.
Thanks for having me on.
Always
Merry
great to have you
Christmas.
around.
Yep. See ya.
You know, roll back the stream if you want to re-see your view. I want to see the view from the enemy, though. That's what I want to see. I want to see their health. I want to see where they were. I think that would be very helpful. Oh, there's the gift I can check. Visit the lodge. Welcome. All right, open up this gift. Shaky, 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 shaky. Open. A Yule bag. Interesting. We'll equip it for the sake of it. Not bad. You can watch Fortnite replays. Yeah, but I want to see it like by default. I don't want to have to jump through hoops to see it again. That's what I would like. Kind of like what they have in other games, like Marvel Rivals or Battlefield or Call of Duty. That's why I kind of want to see. BR Jason says, good night. Chairs, Merry Christmas. All right. I'm going to go with one more round to end off with this. And then there's something maybe I'll wake up tomorrow and actually do this. But I want to do something that's Christmas themed. You know, I'll do that. I'm going to wake up earlier tomorrow. I'm going to do an earlier stream. I don't expect it will be too exciting, but I'm going to do a Christmas themed Lego whatever, because that will be super easy for me to do. I thought about doing it last year, but that was back before I had all the kind of the setup good to go. I think it'll be about a 2-3 hour stream, something like that. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. So here's a thought for the evening as we start to wrap things up. How many of us look at our neighbor and, like Scrooge, see only profit, only a desire to want to take from somebody? And how many of us see our neighbor as someone who is on the journey of life, like us, who is in need of help and care and compassion? I don't know how many of us actually do view our neighbor with kindness. I can guarantee you that our overlords in the world of business and real estate and whatnot, they don't view our neighbors with kindness and compassion. There's a reason why Scrooge is a landlord in the Christmas Carol. But how often do we see somebody and have the opportunity to reach out to them? I know that, to me, I kind of struggle to see opportunities like that, and maybe it's just my mentality. Maybe I need to practice more. And honestly, I really do want to figure out a way to practice more. I don't know how to do that just yet, especially when I don't have a place I can host with. But something I need to learn, need to get better at. It's easy to see the mistakes of others and say, oh, obviously they should be more caring and whatnot. But how often do we look at ourselves and say, we need to be more caring? We need to be more merciful. It's a lot harder for us to be able to say that about ourselves. I notice bots go back and forth in a very predictable pattern. I think that was a bot. The Nightshade creature could be something tied to either the one NPC boss who's tier 100 or the ghost thing that people talk about seeing. Ah. Yeah, it might be. Could be either of those, yeah. But that's why they need a photo. Have a picture of what you're trying to ask in the survey. Merry Christmas! You filthy animals. Hiroshimase! Again, this is just so wrong to have the toilets on one side and the toilet paper right here. They should not be putting that in the game. Nor should they be putting heads inside of a toilet. Fortnite, that was the dumbest thing that you could have done. Brain rot, that's what it is. interesting music in here. There are a lot of truck trailers around here. So loving our neighbor during Christmas is something we hear about all the time in our stories and our folklore. But I don't know a whole lot of people that actively are practicing loving our neighbor. Now, there are a couple people that stand out to me as always being charitable and kind. And honestly, I would love if, as I get older, I become that old fella that is always always inviting people over to this Christmas banquet that he puts on every year. I would find that, I would like that sort of title. Likelihood of that happening is not guaranteed, of course, because stuff like that is expensive these days. You can't just rent out a location willy-nilly. Didn't mean to go that high. There. Now I have a getaway vehicle. That was a weird sound. Someone took the swords. This is not good. I'm gonna get obliterated. How are you enjoying restream? Oh, he ran. Oof. Ouch. Phooey. Back to the Catmobile. So how are you enjoying Restream? Do you feel it was worth purchasing? I don't know. But you know what? I think that it has merit. I don't think that the merit will probably really be felt until after it's all kind of said and done. And drive-by shooting. the goal is not is not financial sort of return from it. It's more from impact. And impact's hard to gauge. You're never really going to know what impact is until it's kind of all said and done. And so I actually am willing to kind of just see how it pans out. Since I got a year's subscription to it to get the half price, I don't feel as I didn't feel as nervous about it, especially after the other day when I was thinking about it, and on stream I was kind of thinking about the impact, and I was like, yeah, no, it makes sense when both yourself and other people were kind of mentioning about the pros and cons of it. I think it'll definitely work out well for this year. Whether or not it works well for our future years is up for debate. The one thing I don't like is that it doesn't really integrate well with Rumble. Rumble does not integrate well with most streaming tools, and so I've always had problems with it. And for Restream, it really dislikes working with Rumble. So we've had some problems with it. But you know what? It's still better than some other options out there. It's better than doing just one platform. Oh, sick trick on a bike. Oh, darn it. I should have driven away. Old guys who invite people to dinner remind me of an old movie, Beyond Christmas. Admittedly, I watched the Riftax version, but even the Riffers admit the story is good. It has got some theological issues, of course, but less than It's a Wonderful Life, so it's fine. So I recommend it. Good to know. Have you noticed any growth on YouTube or Rumble? So now that's an interesting point. I have noticed something interesting. Rifttrack's Mystery Science Theater 3000 is for free on Tubi if you can watch movies with such commentary. Good information there, B.O. Jason. So here's what I've noticed. The number of the growth factor isn't there. I have been keeping a chart for the last 2 years. The amount of growth isn't happening. Not even remotely close to being even standard. Everything has flatlined. But this is not Restream's fault. This is online platforms starting to take a hard look at their finances. If you've not heard, some streaming platforms came out and mentioned about their finances, and it's bad. I'm surprised they're actually still operational. Twitch, oh my goodness. Twitch's finances is in the gutter. YouTube's not much better for that. So I don't think it's related to Restream. I think it's related to right now the platforms are promoting the ones that are guaranteed to get them a return on their investment. And I'm kind of a sinkhole for them. I admit that. I'm definitely a sinkhole. I do not make stuff that becomes trendy. I make things that are attempting to try and be as personal and as approachable as possible. Streaming empires are not made off of that. So, thus, there's not the need for them to want to try and promote stuff like that. Rumble, I've seen a total of 6 followers in a month. For YouTube, it's 2. For Twitch is 3. That's the same amount of growth as I was seeing for past months. So I don't think that it's actually better, but here's the thing that I see as good about it. Every one of the platforms has had people that prefer one platform or the other. Wolfie Bank, for example. Haven't seen him in a long while. He showed up tonight over on Rumble's side. Rolling Chairs has preferred Rumble. You yourself have been on YouTube. We've had a couple of people switch over to YouTube. We have a whole lot of people on the Twitch side. And because of that, I like that part. It's because people that historically would have maybe not wanted to stop by or not even noticed suddenly know that, hey, the streams are going around here. And so it offers people the opportunity to actually know what's going on. Now, the one thing I have noticed is an increase in viewers per stream. Now, that part is better, but it's not enough really to make too much of an impact. But that's impact if you're looking for the standard stream demographics. I look for primarily the impact to those that need it. Now, some people, they just need a conversation. Some people like to see things that are art related. Some people like the opportunity to jump in on games. Some people have have deep ideas that they want to pass on, or sometimes a story they want to share. Not so much for the last one, but that still happens every now and again. BR Jason says, I am everywhere. Yes, BR Jason is bounces back and forth the same way as Flubber. Surely you'll see some growth on Rumble. There is very little gaming or art on there. And doing the restream means you won't lose the guys who only use Twitch. Precisely. So I'm satisfied with that, but I'm not going to pretend like it was like some genius sort of investment, because it's not. But it never was supposed to be the same way that restream would have maybe wanted it to be. I would prefer to have a chance to reach those that want to be around. And I don't want to try and pressure, and I definitely don't want to fake, have kind of a fake reaction thing to try and spark the interest. Now, maybe a little bit of roleplay like I did last night might be necessary, but honestly, I think that I'm happy with what I've seen so far. Could it be bigger? Maybe, but it also might make things a little harder to manage. Imagine if the chat was just going off constantly. I would get so confused. That happened to me last year, as you might remember. It happened to me when I was had the 90,000 people that showed up, and I lost track. And man, that chat was venomous. Oh my goodness, I was not happy with that. So I'm kind of glad that hasn't happened since. Hey, you silly tree rock, have a gun. Look at you, you vomit. How wonderful. Silly tree thing. I usually listen to you here and watch the Twitch chat. Oh, where'd that guy go? And watch the Twitch chat because YouTube doesn't have commercials that cut you off. And of course, you all know I hate commercials. So I like that part, that you can be able to pick and choose. Because, I've already mentioned, for each video, a person has to watch for, I think the number currently is 4 hours for 2 cents. And even so, you get, it's a cut. It is so pointless. I do not want any ads. I hate ads. And what's more, they don't even pay for themselves. So why would I ever want to have them around? Feel free to go with whatever platform you want to avoid the cursed ads. Use whatever plugin you need as well to get rid of those cursed ads. Finances will take care of themselves. Ads are not going to fix it. It is a tier thing is it a tier thing on Restream where the more you pay, the more outlets you can stream to? If so, you can do the 3-stream option. So right now we have 3-stream. We have Rumble, we have YouTube, and we have Twitch. If I want to go to 4 or 5, I have to go up a tier. But we don't really have a 4 or 5 option. We could go to to X, but there wouldn't be much need for that currently. Last time we were over on X, I got a whole bunch of bots. And, that was a bit discouraging. So I don't care about that. I'm not going to be streaming to Instagram. I can promise you that. So I think, honestly, the 3 that we currently have is perfect. Oh, bike. Now, I will say there's one thing that I have had multiple people tell me I should do. Not people, more like advertisers. They keep saying that I need to advertise the streams. I don't want to do that. This is what I kind of view as, you could say, kind of a gift in that sense. I don't want this to be, I really don't want this to be an occupation. And advertising would try to make it an occupation when I don't believe that it could be, or even should be. If I wanted, well, I've mentioned this before, but I had an option a couple of years ago to actually get into the roleplay community, and I could have honestly done a lot there. I could have actually made an actual livable wage off of that based upon what I was seeing other people doing, but I also would have experienced an incredible amount of hate from that, because I know the sort of people that tend to watch that sort of stuff. And so I know that that would not have been a very healthy thing long term, even short term. And what's more, it also would take away from some of the dream projects. And streaming just for the art and the games, that's never going to pay. It hasn't paid for 10 years. Oh, I already have that. Whoop-de-doo. Now, there's one thing that somebody mentioned about that they wanted me to try and do, and this was a potential investor, and actually, there's 2 times this happened, but it is for different things. One was a potential investor that wanted me to get onto the RP stuff. Okay, someone's up ahead. I need a gas station. Is this thing gonna last? Nope, it's not. Abandoned ship. So it was one was an RP thing. The other one was a was hosting a talk show. Now you all know I can jabber the night away. Now the subject was that I was being mentioned about was not something I could readily do. Not like it was bad or anything, but you guys would have hated it. Or at least you would have been thinking, this is kind of weird. I would have had to close my mouth on a ton of things to actually be able to do it. And I was not gonna go that path. I admit I sabotage myself so often when it comes to projects. Should I have gone that route? I have no idea. But at least with the information I knew at the time, the things I was hearing, I made a decision and have to live with the consequences of that. And honestly, I think that maybe it was for the best. Even if I don't fully understand it at the moment. What happened to the guy? Did he get eliminated? That's odd. He must have damaged himself. Jeff was going to take over the view. No. Nope. That won't happen. I mean, we all know what sort of people get onto that sort of stuff. Or at least control that sort of stuff. That wouldn't go over so well. I mean, I'm considered extreme for most people. The fact that you guys are here, period, is actually quite something. Because I know I'm incredibly controversial. Incredibly controversial. And so, you can only imagine how long a talk show would go. And what's more, nowadays you have to advertise the daylights out of it to actually get anywhere. If you don't advertise, you don't grow. And I don't advertise. There's a reason why I don't have any sponsorships. Not that I haven't been offered them. I've been offered hundreds. But of course they're all fake. They're all bot, canned stuff. So they're just trying to get you to start doing stuff so that you can prove that you are a good, loyal, faithful minion. And then they'll start to promote you and whatnot. Honestly, it's so tacky what they do. And I saw what happened with G&G about how scummy that sort of business model can be, so I was just happy to kind of take it as it comes. Take it as it comes. If it's meant to grow, then it's meant to grow. If it's not meant to grow, it will peter out. I'm going to try and make it go as long as I can. But whatever success comes about is not of my own doing. Maybe a little bit, but in the end, any success is purely a blessing and nothing that I can claim responsibility for. And I'd rather have it that way regardless. Jeff was going to host Oprah. Jeff was going to be the new Jerry Springer? No. Great. Now I'm on the FBI watch list for watching an extremist talking about charity. You know, that actually is true. I've heard about people just for wanting to show kindness to somebody, they get considered an extremist. Oh, no. Falco says 1v1. I'm pretty bad, so you'll probably win. Where'd he go? Oh, look at that. I want a 1v1 against that kitty. Success. Like Disco Stew, Jeff doesn't advertise. Yep, no advertising, no fame, no glory. Pretty bland stuff. I'd rather be bland, boring, and civil than a fame hunter. Because that's not going to turn out so well for any of us, especially myself. Especially myself. And it's stunning. I've told you guys what happened with the YouTubers. I mentioned how much fame was going to their heads. I mentioned about the tragedy that was happening with some of them. Imagine, I honestly think that God put me through that in order to help me know what can happen. Not what would necessarily happen to me, but what can happen if you don't check yourself when you are doing this stuff. And I'm grateful for that. I'm very grateful. Fame hunting online never turns out well. That guy's got some wicked accuracy. I'm going to just leave him be. Bye. Christians are always extremists. Look at the... Look to the manger and the cross. Yes. Yes, indeed. By wanting to show love and compassion, you are considered an extremist. You know, the one thing that I want to, though, happen, I want to get some stories out that can help to convey some really deep ideas. This is why I will never become a game Oh, come on. That guy's got some very good accuracy, if not an aimbot. Yeah, that's an aimbot. I'm old enough to learn from Ice Cube to check myself before I wreck myself. Into the storm with ye. Oh, did you perish out there? No, I would have seen you. Oh, maybe you did. Into the storm. This is a tough situation. Too many people. I cannot aim. Uh-oh. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. Come on. Oh, golly. Oh, that was close. It's very close. Oh, golly. I'm in trouble. Ah, shoot. I should have knocked him out. Blast. I'm just amazed how the old toothpaste has so many bots. The old toothpaste has so many bots. Yep. So here's something to think about in terms of clout chasing. Are you going to if you're looking to bring about your own glory, you will do anything to get there. And if you don't have humility, you will start to think of yourself as being the source of all your good fortune. And that was one of the last arguments I had with the YouTubers, with their leader, intrepid leader. And he threw everybody in his crew, every last person, from their editors to their talent to their guests, everybody under the bus, and said that they only found success because of him. That's incredibly proud and arrogant. That fellow looked out. He looked out after The Last Jedi. I stumbled upon his video, as did many others, because the algorithm pushed it. He did nothing. He was spewing what everybody else was thinking. He just got the clout. He just got promoted. Many other people were saying the exact same thing. And so when he was saying about how everything existed because of him, in a way he was correct. He was the one who had built his little empire. But he was not there of his own doing. He just lucked out. Same way as many others. Now you can tell the people who really work at it, because they have a massive production behind them. Now, everybody is going to have that risk of becoming proud. I would rather be humble and small than big and proud. Because pride will always, always lead to a destructive fall. And you're fighting all the time to try and maintain that. Conroy has come by and said, Merry Christmas. Same to you, Conroy. Hope you are having a blessed Christmas with you and your family and your friends, whoever you have in your area. Be sure to give them 110% of yourself. And I hope that it is a time frame that which you can find a great many wonderful memories to be able to take away from it. But pride, like I was saying, pride will destroy. And the proud will many times be humbled in the most embarrassing ways. Sometimes by the most humble of people. And that drives them crazy. It's not the big dogs that they fear. It's the humble. It's the small. And they don't even know why. Now, I think I know one of the reasons why. I think it's because God likes to work with people who are small. He doesn't choose the big and the powerful, like we found out with King David. He chooses the humble, the kind, the loving, and the compassionate. He chose the biggest and the strongest beforehand. He chose King Saul. We know how that went. And finally, he chose David. And King Saul knew that David was blessed by God, and he even admitted it. And yet, over and over again, he tried to kill him. David was no threat to him. And even when he had his life in his hands, David said, no, it is not mine to take. The powerful fear the humble and the wise and the courteous. The reason why? Not because they fear that they'll replace them, but because they see God in them. They see God's blessing, and it drives them crazy. Fame is blinding. And here in the world of online spaces, pride, I've seen it destroy many a person in my very short time of being here. And I have seen many others beforehand, streamers I watched for years, and they fell. I kept thinking, this can't happen to anybody, including people that think that they're immune. If Reliant K has taught me nothing else, it's that pride and summertime come before the fall. There's truth in that. Proverbs 16:18. Pride goeth before destruction, and a haughty spirit before a fall. And what does it take to be a clout chaser? Honestly, it takes a massive amount of pride. You don't get anywhere if you don't have pride. And I've heard that said over and over again. I would rather fail trying to be humble in this online sphere than try and clout chase. And the moment that I start to feel haughtiness and pride come in, I need people to say, hey, you know what? Might want to ease back on this. Remember to be humble. And I think that is going to be as helpful as possible. Those who account for nothing to reduce are reduced to nothing. Those who are something. So I have no idea how long some people will maintain their positions in the online spheres. But the one thing I do know, after spending 2 years, 2 years and a quarter doing this, the opportunity is there to always grow, to become big, to become famous, especially if you have some dispositions. And believe me, I have had that. But in order to pursue it, many times you have to sacrifice your values. Do not sacrifice your values, because if you do that, it will be a never-ending string of compromises. And before you know it, you are making massive, massive, massive mistakes. In fact, let me tell you a quick story before we end here. Actually, let me close this out and bring up Blender in the meantime, because I don't know how long this bit of information is going to go on. So, when I was interacting with the YouTubers, there was a moment that let's see here. There was a moment when I saw all of this come to a head of compromises. And it had to do with baiting people into doing things that they were uncomfortable with. Now, there were some things that I've been tempted to try and do and taunted, and people cheering and saying, basically cheering, Jeff, do it, sort of thing. And I remember standing there or sitting there and looking at the people, and they're chanting and they're expecting me to do something I don't want to do. And then they're disappointed. They're like, why didn't you do it? We were chanting, we were cheering. You should have been broken by that. And I'm like, no, not doing it. But here's why this mattered. Because I'd seen people cave by doing that. I don't use curse words as much as I can. Sometimes, on the rarest of occasions, it will slip. But I try to make sure that I do not use it as part of my vocabulary, because it might slip. Now, if someone comes up and tries to trick you into saying a curse word, they're tempting you to sin. Now, sometimes that's not a problem in terms of curse words, but what if it's something more devastating? What if they're trying to get you to say something perverted, dark, and then they're taunting you? Do it, yes, Jeff, or any other number of people. What they're waiting is for you to break, and then the next time they're going to ramp it up. It's not going to be just that. They're going to take it to the next level. I saw that happen with some people, and you could see the panic in their eyes. And I saw as their personalities changed overnight. Clout chasing will allow you to kind of forget where your boundaries are. Something to consider. Another Bible verse that's relevant to this subject is Proverbs 16:8. Better a little with righteousness than much gain with injustice. True. Sorry, bruv. Gotta go. Merry Christmas to all, and to all. Good Jeff Street. Thank you for coming by, Beer Jason. Merry Christmas to you. Our best of wishes to you and your family. And we will see you next time, whenever that is. We're going to do just about 15 minutes as I kind of ease off of this subject. Let's see here. I want to grab the collection of Legos. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, grab this, delete it, and now we're going to link. Link. So if you have a desire to do good, don't want you to do good, are they wrong for that sort of mentality? Sorry, everything froze. All right, everything froze for a moment. So if they're trying to get you to crack and do something that you don't want to do, And what if you go along with it? How likely are you to do that again for something even worse? How likely are you to say, you know what? It's worth it to kind of compromise a little bit more. I've already compromised this far. Let's go the next distance. It's far too easy, honestly. And I dare say that some of the people that want folks to compromise, and I'm not talking about the people that have challenges that they're working through. Heaven knows every one of us are working through challenges. It's whether or not you're trying to get someone to join you in things that they don't feel comfortable with. Are these people the sort of people you want to have in your midst? Because I've noticed with some of these people, they want you to be humiliated. They want to humiliate you on your values. Oh, look, we got him to crack about, and by the way, this actually happened with the YouTubers, which is one of the things I raised, like, this is bad. You're intentionally trying to do this to people. Stop. That did not go over so well. There was a guy who was being taunted with saying more sexual stuff on stream. And so he did. He started mentioning all sorts of things that were kind of a little off color. And they got him to do it for a couple of weeks. And then they started joking about how he's not quite exactly as straight as he would like to think. And then they mocked him for it. And he kind of joked along with it, but you can tell he was uncomfortable. And then something terrible happened, which I will not mention on stream. But something terrible happened that freaked the daylights out of him. And then they started to mock him for it. Like, ha ha ha, look at that. You started out as like on the straight and the narrow. Look where you are now. You're like off the reservation so far. And you could see, like, didn't know what to do. He didn't know how to hold himself. He's like, people he thought were friends were suddenly betraying him. It's amazing. If I swear around those people, I crank it up to 10 and scare them. I've noticed with some of these folks, especially when they're uncomfortable with it, it's all about trying to get people to kind of accept the darkness. Ever seen a kid being trained to sleep with the lights off? He's like, they're scared of it. And so you turn the lights back on, and then you put in a night light. It starts out brighter. Well, first you start off with a lamp. Here's a lamp. Okay, now go to bed. Then you change it to a night light. And then you change it to just having the door open and the night light out in the hallway. And then eventually you don't have to worry about that. Sometimes. Where is this thing? He is missing. But I remember seeing this happen in real time in front of me. And I was like, this is wrong. This guy obviously doesn't like this. He's very nervous. He is laughing it off because you want him to, basically. But he's not comfortable. And you can tell he wants to leave. Holding someone hostage in that way is not loving. And honestly, it's one of the reasons why people who are in the that are trying to be clout chasers, it's one of the reasons why they do it. They want to either break you to make themselves feel powerful, or they want to make you one of them because you irritate them so. You know, I irritated the daylights out of some people, and I didn't even say a whole lot. I mean, some of you guys probably remember me being on some of those streams, and they were always joking like, oh, can't say this around Jeff. And I thought, I'm not the only Christian here. Why are you guys pointing to me about that? And then I realized why. I had not been broken yet. And so I was refusing to join, to participate in the words that they're using. And just by not saying it, that was enough to kind of spook them. And I've always wondered about that. Because some of them, they're trying to improve. I remember being told, like, hey, we need to shape up. Now, that didn't last very long because it turned out that they didn't really want to change all that much. But they did want to, they did think that they want to change. So they were in the process of trying to fix things. They pulled back. They're like, well, you know, it's a good idea. We want to try and change, but you know what? We make too much money by being this more inappropriate side of us. And you know what I was reminded about? The millstone. The millstone that happens around our necks because we cause someone to sin. Now, it's mentioned little ones. But what about someone who's little in faith? Someone who is just trying to get their feet under them. And then you go out and say, let's play a game. Let's see if you can turn on your values. Oh, this makes you feel uncomfortable? Good. Let's see how long you last. That's the sort of thing that I can't stand. And it grieves me that people do that. Because I don't think they realize just how, honestly, how sad it is that they're perfectly fine with that idea of trying to tear someone down because they're trying to do what's right. It's not enough that they have their way of living. It's that they can't stand that there's somebody who could be an image to them of how not to live. I remember being told off for being such a terrible pressure upon the group. And I asked, what have I done? And it was responded with, well, nothing, but we just think that you're going to say this. But I've not. You all have your ways. I have mine. You asked me to be in your crew. I am here. But I'm not going to join you in your depravity. That's why they have to encourage, try and taunt people. Hazing. You have to lie from the start to let them think they did something to you. So what ended up happening in the end with the guy that was breaking, because I feel so sorry for him. Like I said, he left in that sense. Well, he checked his values at the door whenever he got onto streams. And I never quite saw him in the same way again. I feel very grieved for that because I felt like I should have said something and I didn't. Now, maybe I could have actually said something to change things. Maybe not. I have no idea. All you can be is a light to those around you. You have to let them make their own decisions. What sort of path they're going to choose. Are they going to choose a path of following Christ and being honorable and faithful? Or are they going to choose a path of fame, glory, and as a consequence, turn their back on some of the things that they probably should be embracing? I remember I was getting ready for a live stream. We were down in Florida, and my church didn't have their service until many hours later. And another person had his church service earlier in the day. So he went online to listen to the church service. And I was helping because mine was later on in the day. And when he came down and mentioned that his church service was just about ready to happen, he wouldn't be able to help, the leader of their crew turned around and said, well, I like Jeff's church better because they're not happening till later. It was a joke. And honestly, it was kind of comical in some ways because basically it was all time zone. But that was the sort of mentality. Religion was a joke. And so somebody who has conviction is a joke. If someone feels convicted about something, and you're not convicted, don't shame them about it. Maybe they're in a different stage of their Christian journey. Maybe they're not ready to fully understand what it is that you have come to understand. You never know. There might be something else in play. Something else that you don't fully understand. And if you did know, you might kind of regret having lashed out against them to kind of taunt them. Here we go. Got a manual. All right, it's this one on the far right that we're going to do. So we're skipping the first one. Okay, I think it's right here. Here we go. What would you do if you saw somebody who is being openly mocked for their faith? Would you say, you know what, they got to learn sometime and just kind of let it slide? Or would you say, you know what, I feel like this is wrong, and would you get involved? Those guys are all weak turns anyway. And yet those people who are the weak turds, as Riker has pointed out, yet they have incredible sway over an entire generation. It's really disappointing, honestly. But they've been given that power for the time being. I just hope that the people they hurt, kind of like the guy that I was mentioned about earlier, I hope that they don't have the that they don't get a chance to. Why is this not moving? Okay, it's just a second. Something's weird here. I said make selectable and content. Okay, yep. Why is it not wanting to move? There we go. Huzzah. Okay. So people like that are going to make mistakes. I fully expect that. I get concerned about the people that they will influence and encourage to take their ways and embrace them. I've heard a lot of people who have taken some of the sayings that they will use and say, you know what, we're going to go out and we're going to say some pretty off-color stuff about other people without even knowing why. I do find that kind of interesting that would happen. Because some of the people were not anywhere close to having that sort of mentality, but they love the idea that was established. And so by constantly saturating themselves with it, they've started to become like them. Choose your teachers well, because you'll probably make mistakes along the way. All of us will. There's people that I listened to when I was younger that I'm like, wow, I would never want to listen to them now, because you learn discretion as time goes on. What happens with a group like that, they start to prepare people to be filled with all sorts of doubts. Their goal is to try and make them crack. I just hope and pray that their hold over those that need friends rather than rivals, that those folks will have a chance to escape. But it's up to them to make that decision. You can't make that decision for them. The only reason why I bring it up now is because, well, a lot of them are going to continue to make mistakes. A lot of them are stuck and they don't even fully understand why. There's a guy, he got horribly abused, verbally abused. And I found out about it. And it's like, are you going to leave? It's like, well, no. It's like, that's the problem. You have to show some courage. You have to be able to let go. You have to be able to say, you know what? I need to find a better place to find peace, to find people who are uplifting. And that's one thing that clout chasing never gets the chance to do. It never really gets the chance to help people heal. There was a stream I saw, a completely different guy, a guy that would never even associate himself with that group. And he was trying to offer wisdom and advice to his crew. And his wisdom and advice was basically shunning, mocking, and or flat out ridiculing in the idea of them having an issue with it. His goal was to try and break them of it, and that was his version of showing love and kindness. It didn't go over so well in some cases, and some people really took issue with him, and his solution was to harass them and say about how terrible they were, that he was trying to help, and they're showing how immature they were for not understanding his methods. But he was somebody who took the exact opposite approach as them, and was finding, and his audience found that he didn't actually care about them in the way that he kind of claimed. So you can have multiple different ways of going about that. And I sense in many ways that when people have a focus on wanting to get clout, they want to say whatever it is to end the subject as soon as possible, because they have to get back to doing their, trying to get their clout up, trying to get their fame up there, all that nonsense. But I found it interesting that he was very well known, very famous, and there he was berating, and he didn't even think that he was berating them, but they never showed up again. And then he started thinking that they were somehow that they were trying to clout chase with him. And so then he thought all sorts of terrible things, not realizing, maybe they just had a bad experience. But anyway, so with the crew that I left, one viewer got horribly verbally assaulted, and I listened in on it because someone forwarded it on to me. It's like, hey, just so you know, this is happening. Can you please tell them to stop? And I said, I'm not part of that crew anymore. They won't listen to me. And that took him by surprise. It's like, but I thought you were still here. And they had no idea. And there that guy was being, there the people were besmirching him in a horrible way. Didn't stop him from going back. We all have to make our decisions about how we want to go about living out our values. For some people, they want to separate. Others, they want to say, I'm not going to allow these people to rule me. And I can respect that too. Now, I don't think it's probably the best solution. I think it's better to stand up and say, no, I'm not going to be a pawn of verbal abuse. I'm going to leave. I'm going to go my own way. But then I start realizing a lot of people, they need that community. Well, maybe not one community in particular, but they need community. Otherwise, they start to feel broken. They start to feel isolated. And in our digital age, I can't blame them. And so you'll return to a verbally abusive relationship because you don't know anything else, because you're not sure how to leave it. Everything froze. I think everything's still working. It seems to be working on my end. I probably need to leave it at that point. It's 3 in the morning. Program's getting a little glitchy right now. I probably need to turn off my machine, let it rest a little bit. And I'll rest too. I'll be tinkering on projects in the morning. Maybe I'll stream something, but I'll definitely be doing something tomorrow. For those that came by, much appreciated for your time. Hope you found something of merit around here. If you did, then consider liking it, commenting. It does help. And if you didn't like it, if you disagree with what I say, which honestly, there's sometimes I look back on my videos and I think, why did I ramble on for so long? That's one of my mistakes. I sometimes misspeak. I try not to as best as possible, but it's going to happen. Oh, that's what happened. I was rendering. Wrong button. Okay. Let me change this around to Christmas. Short 2024. There we go. Sleep well and have a great Christmas, Chief. Same to you, Riker. Same to all of you. Love your neighbor. Love your family. Show charity and kindness during this time of year, especially. And if you know somebody who is maybe a little standoffish, or maybe someone that you heard about afterwards that like they were in isolation, consider reaching out to them during times like this in the future and see if there's a way to try and build up your local community. On that note, folks, I don't think we have the ability. Well, let me see it. We have the ability on Rumble to raid. I don't think we currently have enough on Twitch. No, we don't have that on Twitch. So we're not going to be raiding on Twitch. Let me see if anybody is currently live over on Rumble. Well, there's one guy that is currently live and we can't go over there. Yeah, no, we're not going to be able to raid there, so it's too big of a fella. All right, we're just going to bring it to an end there. Have a very pleasant evening and morning, everybody. Be civil to one another. Merry Christmas to you one and all.